I am so excited. I'm so happy. Um, yeah, hey everybody. Like, yo, to anybody out there, anybody? Yeah, I am back again, and we are we finally made it to the trial section of case 5. And whatchamacallit? Yeah, the Great Ace Attorney Adventures, case 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. And oh man, so we got to find out who shot Mr. Windybanks because it sure totally wasn't Gina. It She couldn't have done it. Like she couldn't have done it, you know? And then so many other things have come to light as well, like with that Magnus McGilded guy. Magnus McGilded, more like Magnus McBastard. All right. Well, without further ado, going to start up the trial. And Streamlabs desktop better not give me any problems, or else there's going to be problems. But I think I should be fine. Everything should be fine. Everything is in working order after that update. Man, I thought updates were supposed to be fine instead of breaking things. But, you know, I just deal with it. Okay then. I got the drink. I have my drinks. Testing, testing. All right, we're good. We're great. All right, here we go. Also, I'm thinking, um, like for the last day tomorrow, because I am pacing myself really well. Um, I was thinking maybe on the last day, well, I meant like the last part of the case, like after I'm done with the case, I was thinking I should do these escapades after, because it looks like it's pretty cool. So yeah, I'll get around to those soon. Can't wait to check out all the other stuff too. But for now, it is time. The trial is afoot. All right. Oh, hang on. Before I start up, I need to double check my options. And there it goes again. It doesn't. I don't understand why it doesn't save the settings. This collection has a mind of its own. The other collections are just fine. I don't see if there's any option that where's the save option? As in, like after you're done with your settings, I don't know. Eh, it's whatever. Like I said, I only do two little settings. I put it to the shortest size as possible, and window, because I always like to play for window. Because I have other stuff going on too. Like I like to check my Discord, and of course, more importantly, I like to check the Twitch chat. I have my browser open. I don't check through Streamlabs desktop. All right, hang on, everybody. Let me do one little test. All right, we're good. We're great. Okay, good. Nothing is exploding. Nothing should be exploding. All right. All right. Hang on. Network error. Nah, it's okay. I was just checking the browser part. But no, we're okay. We're good. We're great. All right. We're awesome. Okay. I should do the Netruski dance. No. Smacks his face. Anyway, here goes. We're gonna do half the trial, and then you know, I'll do the other half tomorrow. Okay, here goes. This has been a wonderful first time playthrough. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Oh, that's right. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets, and so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. 17th April, 9:32 a.m., the Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh, there's Gina. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry. You know, uh, in the fancy dress. Susato, or however you say it. I don't know. Ah, Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You all right with that? Are ya? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. Good morning, you two! Oh no. Oh, Iris has waggy. How are you feeling, Kitty? Did you manage to sleep? Oh! Waga hi. Boosh, where are you? Aw, Boosh is sleeping. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Hello, cat. Hello, Chuck. Look, it's cat. We got this wonderful kitty, Wagahai. Love this cat. If there's one thing that I like about this series, it's all these wonderful little cute animals that show up. There's a cat on the screen, and Boosh is not around. He's asleep. What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. We're in the beginning of the trial. Isn't that right, Waggy? No! No! Oh, Waggy! Oh. Love this cat. Great way to show your support, Kitty. Yes, I did. I think it crashed on me like 6+ times yesterday. And then I separate my VOD into 3 parts. Things seem to be fine right now. And it should stay that way. Yeah, right now, I'm doing a little test, and things aren't crashing. Why, hello there, Sherry Bobetti. How goes the Chronicles of the Adventures of the Attorney, who is the ace and is great? It's going great. I'm on the I'm on the last trial of the first game, and yeah, I'm only going to do like a little of this, and then I'll finish up the rest tomorrow. And then I want to check out the escapades afterwards. Great way to show your support, Kitty. Let him have a nose around. What I'm gonna do? Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Oh, look. We got a paper. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno? Guinea? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. I don't know. I usually like to ask for the bad news first for the good news. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover, and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Oh my god. I hope this is not one of those blessings in disguise types of things, because if that's going to delay her way to the port, she won't be able to hurry back to Japan soon because her father has fallen ill. But we'll see. Because yeah, Susato had to leave in the morning. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkey's, really. If only all good news canceled out the bad. Yeah, right? And look! This trial has made the headlines, too! Oh. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. See? How do you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Bruno will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will? And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno? Oh, yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? Aw. It's like she was still here. Aw. Today's paper has been entered into the court record. Yeah, we're still in the beginning, everybody. This morning's paper purchased by This morning's paper purchased by Iris. Gina's case features prominently. Okay. Before I advance, let's check out the paper, shall we? Today's paper. Look, everybody, there's what's his face again? I know it's a Windy Bank. Pop Windy Bank. Poor guy. Wait. Oh. Lord Chief Justice. All right. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. How awful. For Guinea, I mean. Well, tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver is Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocket protects planet post trial. Perhaps. Protects planet. Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's going to be so great. Okay. Let's check the back of the newspaper. Huh? Hang on. There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well. Look, Ministry Mall. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Bruno? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Gregzy running from pillar to post at the moment. Bam, look at that. The details of today's paper has been updated, the court record. The morning's paper, which contains an article about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Awesome. I'm glad I was able to, check that ahead of time. Good luck then, Bruno. I'll do what I can. Hmm? Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time. Give you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest. But thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Skinny? Well, I was wondering, is all, about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes. The operation was a great success. But Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Oh. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Yeah. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Bruno. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that it's that if I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. 17th April, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, I wonder who's the jury. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. Ah, Count Dracula's back. Oh yeah, you're welcome. I thank Chuckman for giving you the shout out. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Von Zeeks. My lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again, today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past. You dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. Wow. He used to deal with the highest echelons of society and government? That's crazy. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Counsel. There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGeldit, who you defended against Ariba 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you. Magnus McGeldit. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome. Those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies, only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. Bro. What? Did he really just say that? Yes. He means you now, Bruno. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Von Zeek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? Both, maybe? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Von Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Belly, feared by all London's malefactors. Judiciary. Still the judiciary. Okay. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Yeah, who are they? Wait a minute. I recognize that dude. I recognize number 6. I saw him in the newspaper in case 2. Vladimir something or another. And number one. Number one's John Getterdev. Hang on. Oh yeah. That my bad, not Vladimir. Vilen Bolshevik. Yeah. My bad. It wasn't Vladimir. I don't know where I got. Yeah, I mean, because it both starts with V. Yeah, that's Vilen Bolshevik. I recognize him from the newspaper from Case 2. And then we got John Garadib back. Oh, wait. Jury 6 in the previous case? He's a doctor? And number 5 is she used to be number 4? She was the one, the typewriter? And number 2 is the maid? And number 3 looks like some different person. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely. Absolutely everything. And I'm ready for it. Uh-oh. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. Or could I have? Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. She used to work a typewriter, and now she's working with one of those contraptions. I forgot what they're called. Oh, he's got a pet mouse. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tavern, please. Oh, I think he's. I think he doesn't know the British language. Well, because the dude's Russia. Like I know he's definitely from Russia. We saw his picture from Case 2. He is a cute little mouse. Is something wrong, Bruno? Oh, not exactly. It's just I'm very sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Yep, me too, except for number 3. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 billion inhabitants, you know. So I've been led to believe. But something tells me I'm being duped. Maybe they were hand-picked? I don't want to think too far into that. I don't want to think too crazy. Very well. Now, Lord Von Zieks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. Excuse me one moment, everybody. Whoops. All right. Really? Okay, so there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. Oh no. Poor dude. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near instant death. That's awful. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Oh. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy reports and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. The autopsy report has been entered in the court record. A report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner that confirms instant death due to a single bullet wound from the back. There are no other signs of trauma. The crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. Photograph of the victim found murdered in the storeroom. It shows the single bullet wound in the man's back. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. Before I do that, I want to check the evidence. Autopsy report, coroner, Dr. Stevens. Detail of victim, name, Pop Windybank, male, occupation, pawnbroker on Baker Street, time of death, 16th April, 1 to 1:30 a.m. Reporting party, Renoske Naruhodo. Post-mortem findings, single bullet found in upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Autopsy findings, instant death from a posterior bullet wound to the heart. The bullet entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Oh man. That's the worst. And we could check this. Oh man, that's terrible. Looks like the only thing that's just... Alright. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. Oh no. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry. A door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only two persons present. The victim, Mr. Windybank, and the accused. May further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that lives in the slums in the Far East. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood in her hands then. Where are the judges waiting for it? The girl's guilty. He's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood in her hands then. What are the judges waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Oh, time to pour ourselves a drink. My learned Nipponese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pig purse, or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Von Zieks. At once, my lord. The crime scene 4 plan has been entered to the court record. Crime scene 4 plan. A plan of Windibank's pawnbrokery, the scene of the crime. It shows the relative positions of the main shop and the rear storeroom. Windibank's revolver has been entered to the court record. Windibank's gun. A gun belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, that Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. There are signs of a single discharge. Oh no. This isn't good. Okay, hang on. Let's check out the... Alright. So, they were both in here. We're not sure about the rest of this yet. Let's check the revolver. This is Mr. Windibank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windibank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shopkeeper. On his shop. Mr. Windibank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded. I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Good question. Is there anything else we can check on the revolver? Alright. What about the barrel? Alright. It's the same thing. Alright, so... Oh! Hang on. Oh, never mind. Alright. You never know, everybody. Just gotta make sure. Alright. So there's nothing else peculiar about the revolver. Alright, we can just proceed then. Until further notice. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Bruno. I think that's because it has. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Like, it hasn't started yet, and he's already tossing his cape. He is very serious. Let us begin. Okay. Count Dracula. Oh no, he is called a Reaper. He gives me such Count Dracula vibes. I just love that. He might be a vampire. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank on 16th April of this year. Hello, Master Remastered. All right, bring him out. We're still in the beginning of the trial. Oh my god. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is, baddie. Professional baddie. Oh no. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's, same as him. Okay, so they're both named Skulkin. One of them's holding a pear and one of them's holding an apple. Will this have any relevance? I don't know. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. We're not they call. Three Skulkin brothers. Wait, wait. There's only two of them. You're not the third. What? What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in with you lot. Oh, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're doing through? Don't you know what we're going through? It's our older brother. Lost contact with him, we have. So we're scurrying every shady corner of the capital. Okay. And then last night, we come across you, the very spit of the block. Ain't that right, Dingo? He is, Nash. He is. The very spit of him. So we decided there then what we was gonna do. We was gonna call ya. Big Bro Soki. Come on, leave it out, you two. Soki Skulkin? And that's before he was run out of chip. Well then, Inspector Soki. Well then, Inspector Soki Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of death. Thieves, are they? These three? No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't knock me in with this lot. Hello there, Saki. Nice to have you here. Nice to see you. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of the nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence. Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Oh, he's standing on this box, that's funny. Hang on, everybody. Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings. Though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these junts on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skorkin, you will now testify before the court. That's funny he says Mr. and Mr. Skolkin because they both have the last name. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Apply, happy to. Cause a Skorkin's never Skorkin. They're skulking around. Get out of it! Dude's just eating his fish and chips. Skulking. Illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gaff's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, poor blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that. Nice and quiet. And something tells me they were there last night because of the silhouettes. I recognize their size. But maybe there's more to the story, of course. Hmm. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment, these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now. Of course, counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Bruno? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair on the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose the testimony for the pack of lies it is. Cross-examination. Illegal entry. Alright. What do you think about that spare, Bruno? I think they're lying through their teeth, that's what I think. And I'm going to prove it. What is it, Iris? Well, I'm not really sure. There's just something a bit funny about that prosecutor over there. Wait, Could this could this testimony be some sort of a trap? Uh-oh. It usually is, Renosuke. It usually is. The prosecutors love setting the traps. All right. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours.
Hold it!
The front door of Windy Banks was ajar, you say. What time of death was this? I mean, excuse me. What time of night was this? Wait a minute. Hold on. Must have been about 1. Right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sorky? The old mucker? Me old mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
That is pure conjecture. Ah, perhaps, but it changes nothing. So these brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was.
Hold it!
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say. Don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often present itself as the whim of thieves, does it? It weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't, like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that, nah, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to a bloke what looks just like our bruv. I said cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping today. They sure are. Hang on one moment, everybody. Hang on. Let me see something. I want to see what happens when I press this again.
Hold it!
Sulky's story. Simply pressed him on a statement and used the pursue feature on the brother that isn't talking. Let me see. Let me try something here.
Excuse me.
Mr. Ringo, Skulkin, do you have something to add? Eh? What? Something that was said just now appears to have got you thinking. Oh, well, yeah. I was just thinking about me bruv, Sulky. Oh, the one you've lost touch with? Yeah, blimey. Could be a saint sometimes, that one. Always used to give me a share of his grub when we had anything to eat. He sounds like a very kind man. Get out of it. These chips are mine. I'm not sharing. Oh, I got additional dialogue out of that. But once we got inside, our core blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room.
Hold it!
A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yup, just the one, governor. I can swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Woodybank always used to leave his gun lying around the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Winniebank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true. I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as a murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. Oh man, wonderful. Let's press Ringo.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind the curtain and all. Hold on. Let me pursue real quick.
Excuse me.
Mr. Naskolkin, do you have something to add? Eh? What? Something that was said just now appears to have got you thinking. Oh, well, yeah. I was just thinking about me bruv, Sulky. Oh, the one you've lost touch with. Yeah, Gord. He could be a right nasty piece of work sometimes, that's one. Always used to nab me share or grub when we had nothing to eat. He does sound like a very mean man. Oi, what are you looking at me for, sunshine? I got the achievement, everybody. That's so funny. Oh man, you need to tell me. All the other times I had the ability to pursue, I could have gotten like extra flavor text. I'm gonna have to do that on my own spare time. Oi, what are you looking at me for, sunshine? Alright, let's go back to the previous, cause yeah, like, when I was taught the pursue mechanic in the very beginning of the game, you know, it's like only use the pursue, um, mechanic whenever you see any of the witnesses show a sign, usually, you know, the word bubble, the ellipsis. That's when you pursue them to get, you know, extra testimony. I didn't know you can actually, like, you know, do that. And then they actually hid one of the achievements behind that. Wow. Okay. I just wanted to check. I was just curious.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little bit oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh, well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ate normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Bro, it was a normal feeling. Thank you, counselors. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was bedtime soon, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me lacy lockets. Oh, didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me loosey lockets. So if no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left, nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers. We are not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out, me loosey lockets. So you'd clearly like us to believe. Eh? Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Um, Saints alive. They fired the gun, you say? Probably. Ah, blimey, governor. You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway? Yes, it was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun. At London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There were a rumor he'd been rushed to a hospital. The great Sholmes, that's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Oh snap. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The courts will hold this weapon as evidence. The Skulkin brothers' gun has been entered into the court record. Oh man, that's a fancy looking barrel at the end of that gun. A firearm found in the possession of the Skulkin brothers upon their arrest. There are signs that a single round was fired. Okay, so the big question, was it a fully loaded weapon? As in, was it a fully loaded gun? Was there only one bullet in that gun? Much like Windabank's gun. Windabank said he only had one bullet fired, but it's okay. I'm just thinking out loud, everybody. Oh, gonna pour one out. Or more like pour himself. Hang on. Hold that thought, Von Zeeks. I want to check this gun. So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walk in through Windabank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. Oh no. Dang. Alright, so... Alright. Nothing else in this, nothing else peculiar about this gun, I think. Alright. Okay, so much like the other gun, nothing... Alright. Now, my third Nepalese friend. Yes. Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windabanks that night. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? Uh-oh. I'm being put on the spot here. I think I have a general idea, though. I'm guessing. I want to say the blood samples. Or wait a minute. Hold on. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? Hang on. First, it might be the crime scene photograph. Maybe.
Take that!
The evidence is this. No, it's not. I think I was right the first time. You perplexed me, Counsel, by looking so pleased with yourself, despite this quite displeasing answer. Ah, my learned friend has a knack for it, my lord. It seems presenting nothing as though it were something is a favorite trick of the Nipponese conjurer. Ah, that's funny. Well, I think it takes a certain genius to give such a completely wrong answer, personally. The kind of genius I could really do without. Time to think again. The court demands that all claims are referred to clear proof. Alright. Alright. My real answer was actually the blood samples. Because, you know, we still have to figure out this unknown blood stain right there. Alright. Present.
Take that!
I knew it. I knew it. I was right the first time. I threw myself off the trail. The evidence is in this portfolio. What? What on earth have you there, Counsel? Oh, gotta get my props. During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of blood stains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Don't stop. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein. Yes, my lord. No more doubting then, Counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? Oh. Oh. Which sample shows the men fired the shots in the pawnbroker? Right here. It's the first one. Not there. Well, no, it was right here, because look, the bullet hole is right here. See, it's funny. If this is the right answer, it's like, oh, you didn't have to do nothing.
Take that!
What is that? Explain. It's a photographic print taken at Winterbank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. See? From the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? If my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed. The bullet pierced Mr. Windybank's calendar. The dates shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. But this incident but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right, and while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Nuh-uh! He's on a little box, it's funny. Order. How does the prosecution stand, Lord Von Zeeks? Oh, hang on. I want to check the profiles real quick. Nash Skulkin, a witness to the incident who broke into Windibanks on the night of the murder with his brother and accomplice Ringo. He claims to be a professional baddie by trade. Wait, he's older than him? That's funny. The shorter one. Ringo Skulkin, a witness to the incident who broke into Windibanks on the night of the murder with his brother and accomplice Nash. He claims to be a professional baddie by trade. Brother and accomplice. It's messed up. Well, it's not messed up, but I don't know. Reading that description kind of made me funny, laugh a little. Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Von Zeeks? Huh? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? Oh no. He's gotta get a new one again. But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside to discuss at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the streets. Eh? Take it easy there, governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. What? They had a deal? Tell him, Soki. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. Oh my god. So he knew, did he? Von Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nepalese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Von Zeeks? As has been established, at the point of the arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. Ah! In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all. Oh, whoops. What the? Hang on, everybody. I don't know how I did it, but I accidentally tapped out of my own stream. We're good. So that's it. Alright, we're good. What the? That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, And let us not forget attempted murder. Wow, that's 4 charges. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? Ah, we're in it for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he will be caught red-handed. Hmm. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m., 9 p.m., 9:30 p.m. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Let's see. Excuse me. Desultory. Jumping from one thing to another without a clear plan, purpose, or enthusiasm. It describes actions, thoughts, or conversations that are random, disorganized, or half-hearted. Okay. I like learning new words too. Humph. Rather prodigal, I feel. Prodigal. Prodigal. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. Prodigal. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. Oh, you say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. Hmm. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. Haha, that's a bit of friar talk, eh, bruv? Lady Luck loves a skulkin. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Eh? Must have been just after 1, right, bruv? Must have been, Nash, must have been. Yeah, just got 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Oh no. No, 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 no. There's gotta be more to the story here. No. 1 a.m. Gina's holding what looks like Mr. Windabank's gun. Good lord! Oh my god. It's the defendant. Miss Gina Lestrade. Oh no. Again, there's gotta be more to the story. As the court can clearly see, the accuser's picture, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt forcing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. No. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. The photograph of Gina has been entered into the court record. Oh no, everybody. Photograph of Gina. A photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder, showing the scene a short time before the murder took place. No, I don't like this, everybody. But again, I have to just keep pressing on. Because I know Gina could not have done it. Let's take a look at the photograph real quick. There's Gina holding the gun. Then there's Pop winning the bank. And I see another like, oh, wait, the print. Huh? Oh man. Hold on. The pawnbroker's ticket. And the other ticket. Oh, I don't believe it. Giddy. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Winterbank. I know, famous adventurer. I'm like, no. Again, there's gotta be so much more to the story. But hello, famous adventurer. Good to see you. I am. I'm still in the very beginning of the first part of the trial, and oh my gosh, I say, my lord. Who said? Ah, wonder if I might put a word at this point. What does John have to say? Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bounty bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwan, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from services, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle of retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. Um, John, 2 of your men are women. And we'll all go down together. You mark my words. One for all, and all for one. That's a Three Musketeers quote, I think. But it might be a common one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Oh no. Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Ganadab Squadron's position, sir. What? No. It's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, men. On the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions too. I think you'll find its truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't exactly remember. I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. True now. Truth now. Undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this manner. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Oh no. Oh no. It's guilty, but we're gonna have to convince the jury now that it's not guilty. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leading already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Getty didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well. The court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. Maybe they mean guilty as in guilty of being innocent? I hope so, Sherry. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. But for context, if the flames are all in the black scale, it's leaning toward it's already guilty. We need to get those flames over to the white scale that stands for not guilty. But I like your description better. I totally like that better so much. All right, we shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Judicial findings. Judicial findings. Excuse me. Judicial. The jurors' contentions. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketeer. As a housemaid, I would like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and vigorously eliminated. Oi. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. You have a point there. If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Mine made up. Stop. Global radio transmission. A verdict to follow. Stop. In motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. I like his little pet mouse, it's adorable. The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the belly trigger. No, thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, these cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank, which means there's more to the situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, Counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. Righto. All right. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. All right. Hang on. If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. But we know that Guinea would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. And we shall. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketeer.
Hold it!
You're not Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Geradeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn-up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Geradeb house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do that a lot, but not for us. That's for dash certain. I suppose not. Course, there could be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. But honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2. Yeah. Hang on. Pick, pock, it, e. Pocketine is a 19th century term derived from French, traditionally used to describe a female pickpocket. While the term itself is historical, the reality of female operatives blending into crowds to steal from unsuspecting victims remains highly relevant for travelers today. These thieves often employ precise misdirection, working in teams in high-traffic tourist areas. All right. Now then, Almost like Mr. Garrett is a mastermind, like one Professor Moriarty. Well, he doesn't give off that vibe, though, of Moriarty, but I get you. As a housemaid, I would like to see all 50 eyesores promptly and vigorously eliminated.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpurses, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span, or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Grant's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes. A maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum, having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail. It was the two brothers at the stand who shot Mr. Holmes. Who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Okay. She's amending her statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. Let's see. They should swing. Okay. Let's press her again now.
Hold it!
I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Sholmes was an unforgivable act. But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. I'm afraid you're splitting hairs, sir. Sorry. Whether it was the thieves or the pickpurse, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Gutter trash. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated. My considered opinion. Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this maid's mind isn't going to be easy. Really now? It was one of those two brothers that shot Hurley, wasn't it? Yes, without question. Well then, I'll never forgive them. Oh, Iris. Perhaps we could use this maid's statement to help us somehow, do you think? I think. Yes, maybe. Let's listen carefully to what each juror has to say first. Alright, and we will. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
Well, there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, It can reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old, seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary. It's captivating. It's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh, yes. I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay, giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before it's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. If I have left it in there, I should think there'd be repercussions by now.
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So what is it that you think you left behind? Ah, well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing. Went in through the abdomen. You wouldn't happen to be the surgeon of Sholmes? But when I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worthy, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside a fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. I would be totally concerned. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. This stereoscopic sounds rad. Maybe someday someone will invent one for real. I hope so too. That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. I agree. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission, a verdict to follow. Stop.
Hold it!
Sorry. Radio transmission. What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal mails, steamers, take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram. So we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed? It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to 4 quarters of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What other piffle? I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. I'm gonna save right there, cause somebody don't spare any feelings, will you? It's not like there's anyone here who likes stereoscopes. So, why exactly do you think that the defendant is guilty? It's quite simple. We haven't been shown a scrap of evidence to suggest that she isn't the culprit. And just as radio waves dash through the skies faster than the eye can see, so we should dash to the conclusion of this trial and stop pandering to indecision. In motherland, we say, never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not violent Bolshevik, the Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Ah, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like Wish's criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point it out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. He seems to have it seems he's having trouble trying to pronounce letters with the letter V in it. Right. That didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like Wish's criminal all the time. It is very painful. People do not realize. Of villainously pet cat sitting on lap. I'm not a villain. My cat's supposed to be around somewhere. He's sleeping. Whoosh. But he has a cute little mouse. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers. Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all what I want to say. The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding. I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Bruno? The judges are chosen at random for the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. Oh. Alright. Let's see. Now I'm gonna load up my previous, I'm gonna load up my save because I got someone to pursue. Juror number 3. Oh, I think it was that comment that she made about the stereoscopes. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What other pitfall? She just doesn't understand. And this dude is taking offense to what she said. Let us pursue this gentleman right here. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Um, General number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about General number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on. I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know! Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. And we did get a demonstration from Iris yesterday about stereoscopic prints. Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you have a pair of photographs of a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, Runo? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? Absolutely. We do. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. Yeah, because look, everybody. We got one of a kitty. And... you find that kitty guilty of being adorable. Me too. Now let's see. I was gonna say. I was thinking maybe there might be something in this image.
Take that!
Alright then, Jedi number 3. Are you saying you could do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can! Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to! Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Oh, my bad. Let me, Right, that's what I thought. I do have 2 photographic prints. I gotta show them the kitty pictures. Yeah. Alright. Okay, present the ticket.
Take that!
Take that. Oh, I was wrong. I can't actually think of anything we could use at all. What? Really? Oh dear, I think maybe I need to have a stereoscope big look at your brain sometime. What's that supposed to mean? Oh wait, I was right. Duh. As a totally legit judge of popular opinion, I find the kitty to be guilty of being adorable. I agree too. Okay, so I was on the right track, everybody. I was on, because yeah. Okay, so it was the photograph of Gina here. Alright, present,
Take
photograph
that!
of Gina. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Alright. Now I think I use the other print. Because yeah, I don't have another copy of this photo.
Take that!
Wait, sorry. What do you mean one more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? Bruno, what? You need two photographs for a stereoscope, remember? You know, one for the left eye and one for the right. Oh yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the palm broccoli is just a normal photograph. No. I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need two prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Hmm. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. Ha! I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Let's get things back on track, shall we, console? Alright, so... Wow. Alright. Okay, so... Hang on. Yeah, because I don't have another copy of the photo. Maybe I have to pursue that later. In the meantime, Iris said that I should be able to pit juror number two's statement with somebody else, perhaps. So let's try this out, everybody. Can't be number one. Hmm. Let's try this.
Objection!
Ah! Looks like I got it right there. I pit juror number two with number six. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good Lord, counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement contradictory. Contradict. C-O-N. Juror number six, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. Oh. As juror number two said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from the revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen, abdomen, A, B, D. Sir, sorry, my English is still learning. Oh, you are telling the court you didn't hear? How cute! The mouse is looking too. Oh, that's adorable. The mouse wants to learn too, everybody. Forgive me, I did not hear. Ugh. Ah, here is word. Abdomen, part of person's body, containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English, I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the journey again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before, we never done nothing, but truth is, they shot detective. Da, this is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by person who looks like criminal. Oh, coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is this true? Oh no. Where did my other paper others? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so. Enough. I trust no one now. Oh no. Number 6 doesn't trust anybody. DTA. Don't trust anybody. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. Oh. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. Oh. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Yes, it is, Bruno. Easily. Sorry. With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Ah. If you compare the print that pictures Guinea and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey! Mr. Prosecutor! Tut-tut. Calling in the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. A print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Oh! Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skoken brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight. Oh, what? Hey, look at that. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell. Nothing has been taken. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So the brothers who took the criminals told only one lie. They shot a man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understood situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue a trial. Oh wow. Not guilty from the Russian. Yay, well done, Bruno. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, Counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Bam, there it is. We can do the comparison now, everybody. Post-shooting photograph. The post-shooting photograph has been entered into the court record. Post-shooting photograph. A photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene after the murder had taken place. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. We can. We can, dude. We got it. So, in Lake of Lies are many dead fish. We must find truth. Therefore, I say not guilty verdict. All right. Let's go back to jury number 5. Juror number 5.
Hold it!
Here it is. Excuse me. We got your print, good sir.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. All right. Let's use the photograph of Gina, and then we got the other print.
Take that!
I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. All right. Amaze us all with the post-shooting photograph.
Take that!
I'm excited, everybody, to see what's going to transpire. All right. These two prints were both taken with the same camera in Windy Banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Doya. Do you know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. We did. Oh. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift, as if it were deaf. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously, that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally, anyway. Oh, oh, of course, now I see. Ah, I think the young girl has discovered a secret. I have. Oh no, those eyes. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Bruno. Go on! Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them? Yeah, it's simple. When the bank and Gina is not in this photograph, while they're in the photograph here, unless there's something else. Of course it is. There are two people in the first and no people in the second. Yeah. Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the picture in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes, I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Bruno? Um, yes, I saw it. Ah, what's going on with these two pictures? Some of the things on the counter they sort of jump out at you. Oh my god. That was pretty cool. Yes, 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 that's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Uh, Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this? Black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, hmm? I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects in the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, it shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. Now, why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What, me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Bruno, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items at the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Lucas! Someone tampered? New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes. Hang on, everybody. Okay. Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items in the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Maybe. Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Uh, would that be Pop Windybank?
Take that!
Quite clearly, it was at the work of this meddler. I'm afraid you've digressed there, Counsel. Oh, it should now be clear, even to you, who is responsible for the impeachable shift in the direction of this trial toward the absurd. Let me guess. Me? Shift aside, my Nepalese friend, and let the real lawyers do the talking. Ah, I really felt that one. If you think about it, it has to have been someone who was in Windy Banks when everything was going on, doesn't it? Well, yes, that's true. So, that narrows it down quite a lot, I think. I'll have another think. We know somebody must have touched the things on Mr. Windybank's counter, so who was it? Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We now. Yeah, hold on. That was a good hint for, messing up. It was this dude right here, Eggert Benedict.
Take that!
No, it wasn't. Hang on. It wasn't Gina, was it?
Take that!
No, it wasn't. Okay, so that's 3 wrong. Uh, hmm. Was it Herlock?
Take that!
No, it wasn't. Okay, that's 4 wrong. Was it one of the Skulkin brothers?
Take that!
Ah, it was. I should have known because they were there. They were totally there. I was totally off the trail, but it's okay. See, it's fine. I don't mind saves coming. But you can tell I can, like I know what I'm doing most of the time. It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait, this does not agree with what Brother said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My phase my phrase book says dukes is meaning hands and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pickpurse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windybank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skolkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pickpurse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Oh, shut up. Because the Skolkin brothers are thieves, madam. No matter, in fact worse than a pickpurse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shitty pair. That was funny. Huh? Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You see their extraordinary potential firsthand. Heck yeah. Yeah, egg on your face, lady. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase at the trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. Yeah, you were shown the power of stereoscopes. Leaning towards not guilty. Well, would see this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. All right. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue. Yay! Well done! Oh, by the way, what? You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. The stereoscope has been entered into the court record. Stereoscope, a fold-up device that allows anybody to enjoy seeing things in 3 dimensions, simply by looking through the eyepieces. Let me take a look at that. You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see. And then when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. The important thing to get right is the position of the two grids. I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. Yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, look at that. It's totally changed shape just from one little button press. Well, that is what the button's for, Bruno. You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Us boys, says a 10-year-old girl. Anyway, now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can't you? Yes, we do see. That is pretty very good. All right. Lord von Ziegs, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. To be continued, everybody, the first part of the trial. Alright, we're moving into the second part. Awesome. And thank you all for being here still. Greatly appreciate it. This is getting really good. I'm loving this so far. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. Okay. The Skulkin brothers taking the stand. There's a stand. Oh yeah. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov, I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Mr. and Mr. Core, Blythe. This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windybanks. Well, it was bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers, Core Blimey, on the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing of the sort. Oh, do you figure that out? You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. Oh boy. Oh. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. Man, a thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say the word, Gov, we hear ya. We'll blab, we'll speak, we'll peach. All right. Witness testimony. A legal entry. The whole truth. All right. We did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump, and all that stuff went flying. Lummy. It didn't half give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter'd come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scorpered straight into him in the back, in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? Hmm. Hmm. So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Winterbake's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, governor, no. That's right, Nash. That's right. It's more like we tidied up. Yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Winterbank's that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. All right, it's time to cross-examine them again. That's it. That's the full extent of their testimony. What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It is nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in, and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why. That's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. She's really smart. He's a good character. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing.
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Dash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo. Me old China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Ah, well, that's rotten luck. says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied the place up. Oh, sorry. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump, and all that stuff went flying. Really?
Hold it!
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah? This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright. Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up at that bang. Big brother screamed like a bloomin' baby, fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some score, what's not. That got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over a picture frame? What knocked them scales on the floor? You really mastered working quietly then. What a racket. Me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse. And then all of a sudden, bam! Greg said? You know something, bro? I'll pursue you later. And then some. I mean, it was quite as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam. And picture the scene, right? I hear the shot, then next thing I know, there's a skull running across the floor. That definite bang in the pitch black. I ain't gonna forget that in an early. I can tell ya. A skull, you say? You mean this skull? Haha. Skulkin. And yet, despite being so scared, you had the composure to tidy the mess you'd made. Eh? What do you mean, Gov? I would imagine most people would have left the running skull and fled without a second thought. Do you want to give the Skulkin Gloves a bad name? If nothing else, we're tidy. Well, pardon me for the slander. Such tidy thieves. Lobby, it didn't half give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next.
Hold it!
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life. It went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up me. Well, anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, from the inside. Right, so we've no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through the keyhole, or a spy hole perhaps. Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We are to cut and run before we notice anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth this game, see? But one day, we'll really cut the mustard. Please cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there, unconscious, with the gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have, even if we'd wanted to. We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered straight into him in the block.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit icy there. We was. Truth be told, I was already shaken like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, me mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Memento note made, miss. After that, we landed down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or somewhat, so they clapped the darbies on us like winking. And after you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, don't it, eh? That proves it, don't it? Alright. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that? What? Well, it's cause it's true, ain't it? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused, who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windybank. Correct? You've got it, mister. Down to a T. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windybank. Is that really true, I wonder? Alright. Let's pursue. We need to pursue Gregsy here, who is chowing down on those fish and chips. I would replace the fish with some chicken, personally. That's just me. That looks good. I'm not really much of a fish guy.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about the testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably not, then, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it only. For the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas in to the yard for questioning last night, and the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim about something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now, you mentioned it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still, I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against him. Hitherto. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yup. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds. Sirs. Right you are, Gov. Alright, here it is. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!"
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! Bam. Idle ding. A Korean acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. On me Granny's life. Of course it was. On his Granny's life. Of course it was. So, that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winterbank and the sound of his voice. Eh? So that would be what? What, Nash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel. Indeed it would. Nah. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny when that broke in all the fancy clambers giving us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me Granny's life it is. On his Granny's life it must be. It's a good job his Granny's jet. It's a good job his Granny's dead. That's messed up. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. Y'all make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tidy up at the like. Don't forget we tidy up after, like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. Hmm. All right.
Hold it!
Oh, whoop. All right. So nothing else changed. Just before the gunshot. Hmm. Hang on. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!" So, all right, this shows the scene a short time before the murder took place.
Objection!
Nope, that wasn't it. All right.
Objection!
No, it's none of that.
Objection!
Nope, not the gun. I'm not sure if this is the right statement.
Objection!
Nah. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna think this through, everybody. Hmm. Oh, wait a sec. The third statement. Hang on. I'm going to. Let's press this statement again. The bloke what owned the bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Windybank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other must have gotten pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." Did it really sound like he meant it? Mine. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Wondybeck was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd really put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Poked his goose proper. Bet he wished he'd squeeze the trigger instead of wasting time shooting. Give me that gun. And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Bam. Final thing. Yes, a Korean acting very tragically missed. Then we heard the sound of something hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tying the place up. Okay, we're gonna go back to this previous statement right here. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he shouldn't have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. A likely story. The bloke what owned them. Yeah. Well, he wasn't holding the gun, 'cause the dude died. The...
Objection!
That was a tricky one. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Wendybank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You got the picture. He has, Nash. He has. No question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not holding a firearm of any description. Eh? You what? Gordon Bennett. That ain't right.
Objection!
There could be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Winterbank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, that Moltula used the victim's own gun to finish him off. You mean that's gone? Bam. I know thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, Counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend. Let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? Let's look through the autopsy report real quick. Single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Instant death from a posterior bullet. Yeah, the autopsy report says it right here. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments?
Take that!
According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of, "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've seen, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah. So as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Yeah, But it's the God's one's truth. But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeepers had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Winterbank holding a gun. Somewhat like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers might have encountered the victim in person. Nash, yeah. Order. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, it wasn't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness will be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what it'll do to us. He Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Ugh. Love, come on, the game's up. But all of but but it'll have our guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. Ugh. Um, on the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Encounter with the victim. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed. And then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. Whoa. I pulled me gun on him, and then he laid it through that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing them. That's all what appeared, I swear. That's all what happened, I swear. Okay. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the courtroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah. So sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to idle. We've got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel for the defense. You may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. All right. Ugh. So that's all these brothers are willing to reveal this time, is it? They're still hiding something, don't you think? Yes, I'm aware of it, and not just a minor detail either. It was almost certainly because of these two that poor Mr. Winterbank, well... You can't let them get away with it, Bruno. I know, but I get the feeling that there's even less evidence at my disposal this time to prove that they did it. We've come so far. Now it's time to finish them off. Well, I'll do my best. Alright. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and Eve, a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Winterbank. Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. But we never thought no one was gonna come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom. Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place he could have been. So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Guinea must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina if Gina had threatened Mr. Winterbank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at that time? What, that bull tutor? Couldn't tell you. No way, Kaba. We bigger fish fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Give me that gun, he bellowed. And then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had him.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Winterbank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim Mr. Winterbank wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey, Tommy. Blimey, Lummy. A great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Winterbank with the gun at that time, is that right? It is, Gove. It is spot on. Then all of a sudden, he came back at us, he did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Like Marsh said, we thought he'd had it, I mean. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I'm trying to picture that. That's kind of funny, but messed up. But kind of funny still.
Hold it!
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too. Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some scored what's not. That got tangled in some marionette, who knocked over the picture frame, who knocked them scales on the floor. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, Big Bruv here went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I could tell ya. Then the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nosh, he did. If he hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pound cake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street. They ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Windybank, he did everything he could to protect his shop. I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Winterbank? No, never. I was just, you know, looking out for me bruv, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shot me way, then ran off through that door and shot himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Winterbank ran into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun. Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Winterbank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Winterbank's hands again? I have no idea, but it is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and me bruv, that's right, Nash, that's right. Me and me bruv here. Alright, so that previous statement. They clued me in on that might be the contradiction. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what I am. That's all what happened, I swear.
Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We know it was, cause we tried to open it. But it's a decent door. That one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. Ah. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank? There could have been. Because she wouldn't have. Wait a minute. There was. That Edgar Benedict dude had a freaking gun on him. There could have been. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Eh? What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windybank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could that be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe. Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, Where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Bruno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what's happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. Alright. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate where that person could have fired the gun. Let's see. So, we're on the, this shouldn't be too hard to figure out. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. I think here's my line of thinking. Maybe the killer was standing right here behind the door because there was also a little flap in the door. There's like a doorway. Dude probably opened and then shot him in the back when he was turned around, probably. Or maybe he could have been inside here too. But I'm gonna try this.
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? The victim was in here, probably. Yeah, because yeah, like the killer was here. Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Probably in here, yeah.
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. That's what I thought. Continue. Mr. Winterbank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Yes. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Winterbank ran through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Ah. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Nah, gah. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Yeah. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Ah, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windybank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? Ah, but what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis in the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? Oh no. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? It must have been Gina then?
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Ah, yes, that's a tricky one. That, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course, Skinny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Guinea in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired the gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Winterbank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, my Mr. Winterbank would have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that will leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back of the bullet, Mr. Winterbank fell to the floor, where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? Ah, I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Winterbank. As soon as that thought struck Mr. Strayed, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I ain't. I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov. We ain't. You've gotta believe us. I mean, come on. We never shoot no one.
Objection!
I mean, that's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sherms. You shot... Yeah, Mr. Herlock Sherms. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mrs. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Winterbeck's murder. Uh, um, um, er, uh, uh, yeah, yeah. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They'd look as shitty as a dense forest. That was amazing, Bruno. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not. Uh-oh. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. Chicanery, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. Chicanery refers to the use of clever, dishonest talk or tricky actions to deceive someone, evade the truth, or gain an unfair advantage. It is frequently used to describe shady political maneuvering, deceptive legal tactics, or underhanded business practices. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. Pettifoggery? Pettifoggery refers to dishonest or unethical practices in legal or business matters, or the act of quibbling over trivial, unimportant details. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly, credibly cannot and will not stand. Because you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failure? I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this badly conjuring trick, or whatever it is, to the troops on the ground, hmm? The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. Bah, George. Count bullets? Oh dear. He noticed it then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Council. Yes, sir. Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. One, last I checked. Um, yeah, two. Yeah, two bullets. Yeah. One on the calendar, and of course the other would be in Mr. Windenbeck's body. I didn't forget there was just two bullets, but I was thinking just one. Only one bullet was found, though. Correct. The first at which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed, the defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Yeah. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are two firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windenbeck, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Oh crap. Yeah. The Skulkin's gun fired a calendar, and then of course, yeah, the Windenbeck's revolver, his own life. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. Uh-oh. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these two brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired for the brothers' gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means Windenbeck not shot with the same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nepalese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick, with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Ugh. Wah! Order! 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 No, the wine. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Von Zeeks. But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As you can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. Oh no. That disc! I'll be taking that, whatever it is, of the gilded down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, it is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that music box disc. McGilded's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her, and with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket. Subtlety, yeah, and with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim testament to the defendant's character. Gregson? Lord Van Zeeks, Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that that disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But but those were the instructions. Right from the top. The government's bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence. My lord. Indeed, bailiff. The music box disc has been entered into the court record. Music box disc, a metal disc used to play music in a mechanical music box. On the reverse side is a note that reads, for McGilded. One moment. Oh, Bruno, look. This is blood. Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. We did. Haha, then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Oh, all right, hold still with that disc, Bruno. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash. Green blood? Oh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It it's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? The blood samples portfolio has been updated in the court record. 4 samples of blood analyzed with a special chemical indicator developed by Mr. Sholmes. Different people's blood turns different colors. Yeah. And we'll read this again. From the Gilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple of months ago, isn't it, Bruno? Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of his disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Yeah, alright. Now let's check our blood samples real quick. Green blood, huh? We still don't know who that green blood belongs to. Oh well, we'll know soon enough. The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and basis of character. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno. My lord, wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told. But all of a sudden, the answer is barely obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well. The court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
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 What? Oh no. We're back to guilty again. We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that. For Hurley. How dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. We're not. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Wonderbank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will produce with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garandab Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. The Garandab Squadron, that's funny. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Oh boy. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Okay, this dude knows guns, so we're definitely gonna press him when we get to it. Hmm. It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt. Have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. Oh, the whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris, that prosecutor's being mean. Just because Giddy's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually. I want some juice. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. All right. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. All right. Let's see what their commentary says. Van Zieks has managed to convince everyone. When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't. If we're going to fight back, we need more material. And we have to fight back, we have to turn this trial around again. And we will. All right. Let's see. All right. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens.
Hold it!
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Ah, well. Are you members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon? Are you mocking your Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes. Might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget, the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort, through and through. Can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh yes, of course. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. We still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? Well, I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. McGilded's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. I mean, we already did. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometimes at the dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests, rather, like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere, of which we were unaware, I'd rather have to reconsider my position. A 3rd bullet somewhere in the scene. Could that be possible? We can't prove that for now, but we will come back to you. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation. Yes, I know. Right. And I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, I should receive a sound scolding. I don't doubt. And he should have received a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me. A 3rd bullet. It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it? Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere? We might. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
Hold it!
So if I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, a left eye one, and a slightly different right eye one. Exactly. Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions. Like this. So, we have 2 bullets. I don't suppose you could see anything useful with them. I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the back. And then... Hold on. Oh, that girl in the dark. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's come into focus now, isn't it? This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. I agree. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief.
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things that I have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Hairlick? No. Hairlock? No. Hairlock? Hairlock Sholmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord! It was that Hairlock fellow! What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? I mean, I kind of guessed that a while back. That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques. I might add, it was a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy. Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides of a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullets anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and such and just stitch the fellow back up. I'd state the obvious, but yes. Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skolkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple. Hang on. Yes. Oh. That sounds cool. Yes, I do. A whole chicken in a bag? Okay, that's cool. Okay, that's cool. That's awesome. Alright, that's cool. Yeah, sure. You know, I always make sure that yeah. Alright, bye-bye. All good, bye-bye. My apologies, everybody. I was just talking to my mom. She was just letting me know, like, oh, cool, there's some extra food to eat. A chicken. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally. Ah! Who do you think I am, son? Well, Judo number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. What? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Oh no. Which is exactly why I said about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser, even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. I agree. Ah. We get to press him again here. The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one? We have an expert. It's the Russian dude. Gas, does this mean that there were 2 bullets? Hey, Action Dan, earlier, we have established that there are 2 bullets. Yes, but we're thinking that there might have been a possibility of a 3rd bullet? Alright. So I'm getting more info. The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one? Yeah.
Hold it!
Mr. Sholmes' surgeon is on the journey. I've experienced some coincidences recently, but this is ridiculous. I'm as surprised as anyone. But there's no question that Mr. Sholmes was shot. Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in. How bad were his injuries, doctor? He was in a bad way. He lost a huge amount of blood, you know. And I suspect he was shot at quite close range, too, because his skin was badly burnt around the point of injury. Burnt. As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back, but there was no sign of an exit wound, which is why I thought I'd better locate the lug and pop it out. And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient? Well, I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it's in the wall of the pawnbrokers. But how did it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. If only there was some expert in ballistics who could help, even if he looked extremely untrustworthy. We're getting to him, number 4. So we have a disappearing bullet on our hands. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
Hold it!
What do you mean you're in for a busy day? Forgot to say, stop. Do excuse me, stop. I am a communications officer. Stop. A communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world? Thousands of miles of cable under the sea. Stop. Worldwide communication network. Stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of globe. Stop. Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she? I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we? Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves, lady. There's not going to be a guilty verdict. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist. I like that little mouse. Good day. I am visiting London to sightsee. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So, you're a ballistics expert? Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah. I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent bath of, blood of, extreme violent blood baths, perhaps? Those extreme violent blood baths. The Russian who can't pronounce with the V. English is very difficult tongue. Yeah. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know, no mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But if possible, please, only in Russian language. He's not really confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Yeah, we got this. We're gonna hit Number 4 of number 6. The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where is an expert when you need one? I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit Juras against each other. Oh, a ballistics expert? Pitting. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, oh, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Violet. Pleased to meet you. Oh my god, he pronounced his own name with a V. I'm honestly surprised he was going to pronounce it with a W. There's apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling. Juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen rarely similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles, and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind, and I fell down in snow. And this situation was rarely similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find the bullet in my body, and no sign of, how do you say it, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice, very close to my side. Oh. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious! Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me, and that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. Um, but that doesn't answer the question at all. No, it doesn't. The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? The stomach. Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely why he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Oh, a phial is a small glass bottle or container, usually used for holding liquids like medicine, perfume, or chemical samples. What? Really? Doctor, where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, while I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Oh, wow. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. Oh, wow. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files is broken, and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury. His bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. Wow. A delightfully complex of Roma. Well, it appears one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Ah, but at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Ah, thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence. To be isolated, hidden away, or separated from others. Sequester. Alright. Haley's pouch isn't scruffy. Sholmes's pouch has been entered into the court record. Sholmes's pouch. The pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing around his waist at the time of the shooting. One of the glass files is smashed, and there are scorch marks around it. Alright. Let's go check it out real quick. Let's examine it. Oh boy. It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken. Look. This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. Oh. Did we find it? Oh my god. There it is, the third bullet. What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was, do you see it? Ah, that's the Skulkin brother's bullet. What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. I know, right? This is an amazing discovery. Yes. Action Dan, the third bullet. This is insane. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windenbanks that night. We found exactly what that Jera was talking about. The third bullet. It's time to press that Jera again, I think. You think right. The third bullet has been entered into the court record. The third bullet, a projectile we discovered lodged in Mr. Sholmes' pouch. It caused one of the files to explode, injuring Mr. Sholmes. Sick. Oh look, there's a hole here at the back. It doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind. Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Sholmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? They sure did. This is where the third bullet was lodged. Imagine what would have happened if it had pierced the leather. Thank goodness Mr. Sholmes is going to be alright. Stroke of luck, man. Let's check out the bullet too. Oh, look. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yeah, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Haha, Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in hospital. I wonder how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. Alright. This is the bullet that was fired. Okay. Alright. Looks like there's nothing else conspicuous about the bullet. Alright, we're good. Just like how there was nothing conspicuous about the revolvers. Alright, cool. Alright. Now to some nation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Renosuke. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it. Alright. Alright. I think we had to ask juror number 2. Yeah. It was her. Alright. Now we're going to press this loss again and prove her wrong.
Hold it!
Rub it in her face. A third bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? I can prove it. Allow me to show you then. The third bullet. The third bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes. On the night in question, in Winterbank's Palm Broccoli, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery? You Nipponese conjurer? Hey, where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in his photographic print. Ah. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Winterbank, and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. Ah! But that must mean... Yeah, that's right. We now know that on the night in the question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. I pretty much know who was the other one that fired the other gun from another gun. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, that bullet must have been from Eggert. Let's see. Not just a third bullet, but a third yeah, Action Dan. I don't... Yeah, because yesterday, I totally didn't forgot this other dude. Like, this dude had a freaking gun. That bullet must have come from this schmuck face's gun. That's my guess. Order! 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 While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. Oh. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Oh no. Oh great, it's these dudes again. The Skulkin brothers. Oh, and him too. Witnesses. Governor. Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? Wario and Waluigi return. Oh my god, yeah. We was, Governor. We was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov. I don't make nothing of I don't make nothing of nothing if I can help it. Is it one of yours? Go blimey, Gov. Go blimey, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? What? Never. The Skulkin brothers work alone. It's just the two of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lomi, that's an head scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes. I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard, and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. Okay, so he didn't have another gun, and they just flat out said that they don't have an accomplice. I mean, I want to believe that. It's nothing to do with them. I believe it has nothing to do with them. Eh? Nash? That's right. Yeah, nothing to do with us, Gov. We've established that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 guns already known to the court. The logical conclusion, therefore, is that on the night in question at Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery, there was another person present in possession of a 3rd firearm. Yes! Witness the brothers may have had nothing to do with the 3rd gun, or the bullet fired from it. It's inconceivable that they had nothing to do with the 3rd man. Yes, the brothers were working with an accomplice who was carrying a gun. Yep. I don't know about the working part, but there was a 3rd dude. An accomplice, you say? Pig swill. Pig swill. Defined as waste human food, kitchen scraps or spoiled produce mixed with water or milk and fed to pigs. Ew. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to undergo 2 sub-nation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a 3rd man, if this apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Ah. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. First, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Yeah. Well, counsel, I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, The defense is... Oh, man. I have a good idea of whom it might be. However, I need to figure out if I even have the evidence. I'm gonna do this real quick. Unable to present to answers. The defense is... Uh-oh. Unable to complete a sentence, it would seem. Much less provide any credible answers here. Yes, it would appear so. Very well. This trial will now... Wait! Please! Good gracious, Counsel. I have to keep the momentum going here. I can't give up now. This is just like scientific research, if you ask me. Sorry? When you start doubting yourself and thinking you can't possibly work something out, you become blind. Even though, in truth, the answer you're looking for is right there in front of you. The answer is right here in front of me. My lord, actually, the defense would like to present answers to the questions posed by the prosecution.
Hold it!
So, my Nepalese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. But your earlier tongue-tied display will not go unpunished. Ugh, now I wish I'd bit my tongue instead of speaking before I made up my mind. It would have hurt less. In that case, counsel, I will ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night of question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third... Alright, let me see if I can figure this out. Ready to present answers? The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nepalese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a defense. In that case, counsel, I will ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? Oh. The blood samples?
Take that!
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, okay, I didn't have to think that hard. The evidence is right here. In his portfolio. Yes, we have. We were actually, Dan. Cause yeah, we know who the other two blood stains belong to. Let me see them again. Well, we don't know the green blood yet. The rice, fired Mason, not fried rice Mason. Thrice fired Mason. Pop Windy Bank. Yeah. Wait a minute. Yeah. That blood belongs to the freaking egg dude. Yeah. Eggert. Eggert Benedict. The evidence is right here, in his portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it? Which sample suggests that a third intruder was present? Okay, it can't be the calendar. Right here, from the bloodstain we found earlier.
Take that!
This is the blood sample that proves it. You perplex me, Counsel, by looking so pleased with yourself despite this quite displeasing answer. Oops. Ah, you will do well to take your irrelevant specimens of blood and go back to whence you came. Ow. And I'll see it to it that you go down in this court's history as an equally irrelevant specimen. Ah, that hurt. Well, I think it takes a certain genius to give such a completely wrong answer, personally. The kind of genius I would really do without time to think again. Alright. Let me reload. Dang. So I bet it was on the calendar.
Take that!
It was on the freaking calendar. Yes, because we were trying to, the bullet. It's funny, because a while back when I presented the blood samples, they did give you the option to check this picture and that picture. I didn't have to lift a finger. So it's the same case here. I didn't have to lift a finger. I just wanted to see flavor text.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain? Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective. New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in studies, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This Faga sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. Ah, a striking blue. A blue blood. Yes. Do you see? The green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident. Couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Winterbank was killed. By golly. Therefore, we could assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection.
Okay. Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my third friend. Who is the alleged third intruder? Why, it was none other than Lord Chief Justice. Except it wasn't, no. It was, this dude.
Take that!
The man's name is Egad Benedict. Egad Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Counsel? He paid a visit to Winterbank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. He did. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egad Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Yep. Roka. Yes, sir. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music box discs too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what's happened. Yeah, that was a JoJo pose. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windybank for a print showing the fellow. Taken from one of his red-handed recorders, governors. Yes. That's him talking. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windybank that morning. Gubbins is a versatile British slur used to describe a collection of unnameable small items, gadgets, or bits and pieces. While the word is usually pluralized as gubbins, it can occasionally be used to refer to odd things, trash, or even silly people. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Winterbank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. Skulkin? Never seen a geezer before in me life. On me life, Gov. On me life. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my Lord Nepalese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. And yeah, that would be the blood samples.
Take that!
That proof is right here, in this portfolio. Good gracious, counsel. Does that portfolio contain the answers to every question posed? Yes. I see you share my interest in claret-colored liquids, my Nepalese friend. But enough. The court demands to see further evidence. Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime? Do we present this part this time?
Take that!
Yeah, that's so. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks, which is when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession. No? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir. Here is the disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute. That disc is mine. Ah, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here, in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi, what are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egan Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. Hmm. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection, or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest courts in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. Hmm. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Ah, well, and pray, do you even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholm's word for it? Ugh. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholm's concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholm's invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. He does look like Santa. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. Ah. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief. What did you just say, young girl? In the summation examination, the decision is as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. Outsmarted by a 10-year-old. Yep. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say. Bruno, is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholm's partner is a force to be reckoned with. Hell yeah. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After that shrewd precis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source. Précis. Ah, a concise, accurate summary of a text, speech, or report. It condenses the original material, typically to about 1/5 to 1/4 of its length, while preserving the core message, tone, and logical structure without adding personal opinions. Précis. After that shrewd précis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leadings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
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 Not guilty.
4-2. 2 call guilty and 4 call not guilty. I mean, little Iris made the little remark of Father Christmas, and I agree with her. And then the other day, I thought to myself, he does look a little bit like Santa Claus. I actually like this judge too. This judge is cool. I like his design. 2 called guilty, and 4 called not guilty. Such was the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Ah! Ah! A stake through Count Dracula's heart. Or the Reaper. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. Why? What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? Oh, could I say something? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5? What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again? The one in which the gentleman is shown. Ah, right, yes. This what you mean, of Mr. Benedict? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say... You know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No. Good gracious! Order! 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 Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in the photograph is... Stop. Why are you blushing? Also a communications officer. Stop. He works in my office. Stop. What? A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. Okay. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he was a respectable job, that he has a respectable job by day. Whether he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. The courts will recess for 1 hour. When a new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. I'm gonna go on the slide and the merry-go-round and go on the swing set for recess. Man. Alright. And this is where I'm gonna have to call it. Yeah. I think, yeah. This is a good stopping point, I think. As much as I really want to continue, but oh my gosh. All right, I'll take your word for it, action then. Yes, we're gonna call it here. All right. To the title screen. Hell yeah. This judge is cool. I like this judge too. So that's gonna do it for me, everybody. And everything went off with a hitch too, without a hitch. As in, things should be working. I got a few accolades today. Oh yeah, that was from yesterday. And I got Sulky's story. That was funny. So, I was gonna say, everybody, I think after I beat, the final episode of the first game, I want to look through all these escapades. Okay. That's good, Chuck. Yeah, I think that would be a good thing. Hey, Action Dan, are you there? Still there? Would that be a good idea to, do the escapades after I complete case 5? Because I really want to see these. Alright. So yeah. That's gonna do it for me. I'm gonna find ourselves a raid target. Ooh. Oh. Everybody. I found a good raid target to go to. Thank you, Chuckman. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Cause I know. Oh man. We're getting to the nitty-gritty finally. Alright, everybody. I found ourselves a raid target. We're gonna go on now to Cyberzerker Alpha. Cyberzerker Alpha is currently playing Chronicles of the Wolf. A fine game, if I do say so myself. Totally not biased or anything. Nope, nope, nope. Um, it is good. No, unless they did stream, but that's what they would totally do. But anywho, no, we're gonna go out to Cyberzerker Alpha because he's playing a really great game, and I played this game last year, and it's been pretty cool seeing him go through this game. So yeah. Now, before I head on out, I have a couple of good people to thank. I would like to close this out for now. Let's go to the options and exit. Exit. Stage left. All right. Anywho, I gotta get a hot jam. Oh, I got the hot jam. Oh man, I gotta bust out some good ones for the intro tomorrow. Now, everybody, before we head on out to Cyberzerker Alpha, um, who's playing Chronicles of the Wolf, I would like to thank the following. I would like to thank Chuckman, Sherry Blueberry, Mastery Mastered, Saki, Famous Adventurer, and Action Dan. Oh, and Cecily just went on. I'll go check them over. So, anywho, I got the raid all ready and set and accounted for. Everybody, I hope you all join me for tomorrow. Tomorrow, I am going to be finishing um Case 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Smashing. All right, everybody. Thank you all for watching. And remember to go in peace. And I shall see you all in court tomorrow. One more time for the month. Until the next month. Man. Awesome. So good. And to anybody out there that was lurking, thank you for lurking my channel. Appreciate you all. You know who you are. I'm still speaking with a British accent. Oh man, between British and Scottish. I love getting into character. Love this track. Love this series. Love the soundtracks.